Welcome everyone to the City Council meeting. We're going to call a meeting to order. I'm going to ask Councilman Sproul if she'll say the prayer for us, then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, we thank you again for this opportunity to meet. I especially thank you for the time that you've given me. And allowed me to humbly serve my community. Lord, I thank you for each and every citizen, every one of them. They all have value. They all have needs. They all have desires. And I'm so grateful to have become better acquainted with so many of them and to learn at a closer level the needs of the community and to come to know the people. Lord, we thank you again. Bless us this night and each night to come as the leaders of this city come together to make decisions for today and for the future of our city, Lord. And remember and keep each of us humble and appreciative of all the opportunities that we get. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, I want to open the floor to consider approval of the April 10, 2025 minutes, special meeting, April 15th, 2025, regular meeting, April 28th, 2025, special meeting, and April 30th, 2025, special meeting minutes. If anyone has looked it over and wants to make a motion.
I make a motion that we approve all three. Will that work? I second.
Motion made by Councilman Redfern, seconded by Councilman Corbell. Madam Secretary, would you record the vote?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous vote. That brings us to public comments. The City Council welcomes citizens' participation and comments at all council meetings. Citizens' comments are limited to 2 minutes out of respect for everyone's time. The council is not permitted to respond to your comments. The Texas Open Meetings Act requires the topics of discussion, deliberation be posted on an agenda not less than 72 hours in advance of the council meeting. If your comments relate to a topic that is on the agenda, the council will discuss the topic on the agenda at the time the topic is discussed and deliberated. At this time, I open it up to anyone that wants to come up and speak to council.
Please put 3 minutes on there. I'm nervous. I never have to speak at city council meetings before. Greg Nyhoff, I'm a citizen here in Titus County. I wanted to say there was an election recently. I wanted to come here to say to Councilmember Sproul, thank you for your service. I had the opportunity to work with you for months, and I know who you are. I know what you believed in and everything you did for this community, and I'm very grateful for that, and the community needs to know that. Same with Mayor Craig. Also appreciate the rest of you. Good luck, Debbie, moving forward. I just want to say thank you. And I also want to say I see that there's a lot of agenda items popping up in regards to the EDC. And I know there's EDC members in here. Some of these folks I go to church with. I think that you have a great opportunity to kind of reorganize, reinvent, redo the relationship between the EDC and the city. I will say, being a part of it and being a city manager for 30-some years and having EDCs under me, that you asked a lot of very good questions that were important to ask. Many times no answers were given. And so I want to hopefully open up the window of transparency between the two of you. Do those articles so that it's understood that you appoint, that you approve their budget, you approve their projects, and at the same time, they're given great liberty to move forward on economic development projects. That's what Mount Pleasant needs. So it's $2 million of taxpayers' money every year that comes in, and I think you paid attention to that when you asked questions. And I think there's a lot of things that were not factual that were stated in regards to what happened here. And I would say you have a great opportunity to redo it now. Reopen it with a great partnership with your EDC. One thing I did want to say, your city attorney, I don't know if she must be with you. She's one of the best I've had to work for. You know, there were things about she was trying to kill the EDC, stuff like that. That's absolutely never. That was not true. We were simply doing what we needed to do to make sure a good decision was made. So with that, I hope the best for you and working with the EDC. Members are in this room with Janet, and that goes very well for you. Redo those articles and the bylaws and succeed. So thank you again for your service. It's good to see y'all again. Good to see staff. Hang in there, guys. City manager, have at it. Thank you.
Anyone else like to come up and speak?
Hello. My name is Melanie Knight, and I am a resident of Mount Pleasant, City of Mount Pleasant. Good evening. I noticed on tonight's agenda that appointments for several different boards are being considered. I kindly ask the current council to consider holding off on any appointments until new council is sworn in. I believe it is in the best interest of our city to allow the newly elected voices to take part in building our boards, ensuring decisions reflect the leadership our community just voted for. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else like to come and speak?
Good evening, guys. My name's Chuck Howard. I'm the Chick-fil-A guy down here. I'm not a resident of Mount Pleasant. However, I'm a taxpayer in the city. Also a big fan of this city. 2 years ago, I stood in front of this council and talked about bringing a restaurant here that's a place of community, a place of love, a place of help, a place of care. About a year and 10 months ago, we actually got to do that. So I'm grateful for being able to do that. The reason why I'm even bringing this up is Councilwoman Sproul was a big part of our discussions here. She was a friend. She was a voice that encouraged me, and she was someone who was very interested in seeing us succeed. So, Sherry, thank you for your service to the community. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for the golden shovel that you dug in the ground over there. And I look forward to seeing the great things that are going to come from you. Thank y'all for your time. Y'all have a good night.
Anyone else would like to speak? It's your turn now.
I'd like to say thanks to Sherry for all her years of service. Though we didn't always agree. And with all of y'all, we might not always agree, but at the same time, I believe it's important to have communication and be able to talk through all the things that we're facing and we're trying to work out. And, you know, if it's not imperative that everybody agree. And that's why you're here, is because, you know, you need to make that decision, but it's important for me to be able to give you the information to be able to do that. But really back to Sherry, I just want to say that we appreciate you. I think you're a good person. I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for all the time you spend here serving the community. And I can't say enough about what I think about you as a person and how grateful I am to you. Thank you.
right, well, that closes out item number 2.
I've always been first at the mic. I wanted John Anderson to get up and talk. I wanted everybody else to get up and talk and see what I could still talk about. So, unfortunately, the thing that I was going to talk about tonight, the person is not here. And as everybody knows, even though there's lots of rumors that I don't operate this way, when I have a problem with somebody, I actually usually take it to them in private. And if we still don't agree and it needs to go there, then we go out into public. Sherry, I took on this council almost 3 years ago. And when I was doing it, we were in COVID, and I had made a comment up on the chat and said something to the effect of, no, you guys need to tighten up your belt loops because everybody's tightening up their belt loops, and the council was doing what they were doing. And you were the only one that turned around and said, see that right there. And you were referring to my comment. And it was a little before I actually came here for the first time, which was absolutely epic, and spoke before you guys. But I knew at that point that even though we may agree to disagree on a lot of things, we agree on quite a few things. But down in the bottom of your heart, you have an idea about dollars and cents and what makes sense, what's good. And just because something's legal to do does not make it ethical. That was something that was pounded into me in the military. It may be legal, but it's not ethical. And you, and every time that I've ever wanted to bring something to you, you have this way of saying, hey, this is why we're doing it. And we may agree to disagree, but it makes sense. It's ethical. You have brought that. And with everybody knowing how I feel about the old council and how involved I is with it, you are the one from the old council that I could actually sit down and have a cup of coffee with, go fishing with, and actually sit and have a conversation. And good for you. I really appreciate your service. I appreciate those times that you stood alone in that seat and voted with your heart rather than with what everybody else is doing. This is for you.
Anyone else like to speak? We will close public comments. Agenda item 3 is presentation of libraries transforming communities, accessible small and rural communities grant. Lupe will be presenting.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager. I will be presenting a grant that the library received, and it's for $20,000 from the American Library Association, Libraries Transforming Communities, Accessible Small and Rural Communities Initiative. We're one of 50 libraries that received this grant, and we are planning on using these funds to enhance our library and create more accessible parking for some of our patrons and having that parking closer to the front entrance of the library. I'm open for any questions.
Was this a grant that you applied for, that you went out and sought?
Yes, sir. I attended a conference and they were discussing this this grant, and it was either to receive $10,000 or $20,000, and I applied for both, and with the hope of getting the $20,000, and we were lucky enough to win it.
Good work, thank you.
Hey, and this is your second one you've gotten pretty quick.
Yes, ma'am. And I've applied for more, so hopefully I'll hear back in a few weeks about those. Thank you.
That closes item 3. Item 4, we will consider pay request number 23 from Heritage Construction LLC for work performed on the South Side wastewater treatment plant. Aaron will be presenting.
Good evening. Pay request number 23 is an amount of $300,088. The big number. $388,880.31. This payment is for the work performed at the wastewater treatment plant including to but not limited to the equipment installation at the headworks and aeration basin, backfill around the effluent lift station, and install electrical components. The amount again is $388,880.31. The adjusted contract is $41,012,657.85. Completed contract cost to date is $29,986,710.86. Percent time complete is 90%. Percent money is 64%. Recommended motion to pay request 23 in the amount of $388,880.31.
Can you give us an update on that project?
As for this, I really don't know exactly what this was for. He told me, I forgot. I do know last week we installed the screw pumps that have messed up, so they got installed by Drake. And this week, Evoqua, the company that we got all the work for, is here, and they're installing our oil system, and we're doing training on pretty much how to use it.
So, yay on the screw pumps. So are they the two old ones or the two new ones?
They're the two old ones.
And then this week you're getting the training and all that kind of stuff. Yay, that's good.
Okay, the floor is open for a motion on the pay request.
I make a motion to pay request number 23 from Heritage Construction, to Heritage Construction LLC for the work performed at the Southside Wastewater Treatment Plant.
I'll second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Redfern, seconded by Councilman Corbell. Madam Secretary, we record the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Motion passes unanimous. We'll close that out and we'll go to item number 5. We're going to open a public hearing and hold a public hearing per the City Unsafe Building Abatement Code found in Chapter 150 of the Code of Ordinance, and to consider a declaration of dilapidated structure at 508 Haggard Avenue within the City of Mount Pleasant. Finds it to be dilapidated or deteriorated and damaged so as to require repair, rehabilitation, or demolition, providing a time within which the owner should rehabilitate, repair, or demolish such structure, and to consider ordering city abatement and subsequent lien of dilapidated structure at 508 Haggard Avenue, Anderson, Block D, Lot 5, presented by Lynn.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and City Council. This is a little different. We're gonna start a new process, that is actually been in code a long time, but I don't believe it's been followed with this current, council in some time, which is to take unsafe building declarations before you. Today, we have 2 of them, and I'm gonna go through the presentation, the beginning to kind of give an overview of why we're here, and then each one of these, and the first one is the Haggard Street one. Each one has its own vote and its own case going forward, but it'll be the same overview. And each month, John is out of town, but he will be bringing these, probably 2 or 3 every month. So we're gonna use the same, you'll get used to seeing the same template. So the process kind of is this, in City Code, Chapter 150 and State Statute 214, which it refers to, allows the city to go and identify unsafe, dilapidated, or dangerous structures in our city typically code enforcement has already been working with owners, if they've been, can be found, or absentee owners, and, when the properties are dangerous. We do contact those owners of record when we can find them. Sometimes they're deceased, sometimes they're, no, real way of getting in touch with them. Often they have back taxes for that same reason. If that letter that we send is not responded to because there is no owner contacted, then we do send out another letter that indicates the city council hearing time for this process, which includes a council determination on the property. So then we have the hearing, which is where we are today, and allow the public hearing process for the owner or any lien holders to testify before you if they have a plan, if they are wanting to ask for a time to abate that remedy the dilapidated or dangerous condition, or if they are not contesting it, they won't typically come. The first case that we'll get to in a minute, the owner's deceased. So you would either take an action to order the property to be demolished within 30 days, so there's a 30-day period that the council gives for the owner to remedy the situation, or it can be either repaired by the city, which typically we don't have the money for, or it would be demolished. If after that 30 days the owner hasn't taken care of it, then the order comes through for the city to have a contractor do the demolition. The cost is liened to that property, and there would not be a property transfer until that lien was paid. So eventually the process is to repay the cost. Typically these properties already have mowing liens, cleanup liens on them, back taxes too, and so it gets a little messy on how that money gets distributed, but the hope is the city would recoup some of our costs, and the dangerous structure part would go away, so it wouldn't be an issue for the public. That's how it's supposed to work. We've been taking the ones that we've been able to get people to agree to take down, but some of these that have nobody to agree to haven't come forward with y'all until tonight. So this is the first group. The first one is 508 Haggard Street, and you can see the property shown on the map in orange. That's where it is. It is just a city lot, 0.2089 acres, and the owner is deceased. So it burned several years ago. You can see from the photographs that there isn't much left of the structure. There have been numerous attempts to try and get in contact with people to get this structure down. I believe that there are still some issues with the ownership on it as far as because of the heirs and that sort of thing. So this would be definitely one of those where city council action would be required in order for it to be taken down. So it was found to be in violation of our city codes and city property codes for obvious reasons. So a motion and which within 30 days there's a process to advertise that as well with the county clerk. Another photograph. Any questions on this one? This is the first one. We'll have to stop and you take a vote, and then we'll go on to the second.
What interactions have you had with the owners at all, or calls, conversations, anything?
John has been in touch with people, I think, that are relatives, but I do not think there's anyone that's really actually in control of the property right now.
Are there any heirs to the property here?
It doesn't appear so.
I was just curious if the heirs were staying in touch with you.
I know John had, we've been sending the notices to the property address that we had, which was that property.
Do you know how long the house has been in that condition?
I'm sorry?
Do you know how long the house has been in that burnt condition?
I think several years.
Okay, council, we have a recommendation to declare the building at 508 Haggard Avenue substandard in order to be demolished by the owner within 30 days. The floor is open for a motion.
I make a motion that we allow the.
Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me, I'm sorry. Would you, make clear to see if there's anyone, in the audience there to speak on the topic at the public hearing?
Yes, I will. At this time, if anyone in the audience would like to speak about this, and please come forward.
All right, and if there's no one, then you can close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Okay, no one came forward. We'll close the public hearing on item 5, and I'll ask for a motion from council.
I make a motion that we allow the unsafe building code abatement found in Chapter 150 of the Code of Ordinances for dilapidated structures at 508 Haggard to be abated by the Code Department, by the City of Mount Pleasant.
I second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Corbell, seconded by Councilman Redfern. Madam Secretary, please record the vote.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Now we will go on to item number 6.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, could I just clarify, was the motion, I couldn't hear the motion very well, was it to issue an order for action to be taken in 30 days?
It was not specifically stated that way, no.
All right, Lee, will this work that I make a motion that we allow the Code Department, the City of Mount Pleasant, to abate the violation
Right now,
within the 30 days?
to give the owner 30 days to demolish the property.
So, may I make a recommendation?
Sure.
Okay. I recommend that you make a motion to provide the owner and provide notice in accordance with the statute to provide an opportunity to demolish or rehabilitate the property for 30 days.
Okay, I make a motion then that we allow the owner to either rehabilitate or to bring it into compliance, or
And that you're ordering them to do so.
and that we're ordering them to do so, and if not in compliance, then to allow the city to take the necessary actions to abate it.
I believe if city council deems it an unsafe structure and orders the abatement or demolition within 30 days, would that suffice, Madam Attorney?
If it doesn't happen in the 30 days, it will come back to council one more time before action is taken.
I didn't think that our process required it to come back through that, but perhaps I'm misunderstanding the process since this is new for us as well. This was the, action to require it be done.
So right now you're ordering the property owner to take action, and if that action isn't taken in 30 days, it comes back to council to say no action was taken, and then the city undertakes demolition.
My understanding was not that way, but we can certainly go with an additional case and have it come twice. I was under the, I guess we were under the perception that the city council would find the property to be substandard and dilapidated and order it to be abated within 30 days, or that the city would take that action itself at this meeting. But if we need a second one, then so be it.
If we do it in a word, I'm drafting words.
I think we should go with attorney's advice. If you would go ahead and do the motion, that we're gonna talk to the people, give them a chance. If they don't, we'll come back and vote on it again.
Okay, I amend the motion to say that we give the owners 30 days to bring it into compliance, and if it hasn't been brought into compliance within the 30 days, that then the city will come back to the council and ask for permission for demolition of the dilapidated structure. That's my motion.
And I second.
We now have a new motion made by Councilman Corbell, seconded by Councilman Redfern. Madam Secretary, record the vote again, please.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
The motion passed. We will now go on to item 6. Lee, are we in the clear?
Yes, sir, you are.
Good news. Item 6 is another one. That was practice. Let's get this one right. We're going to open a public hearing per the City Unsafe Building Abatement Code found in Chapter 150 of the Code of Ordinances, and consider a declaration of a dilapidated structure on 803 East 4th Street within the city of Mount Pleasant, Texas. Find it to be dilapidated or deteriorated and damaged so as to require repair, rehabilitation, or demolition, providing a time within which the owner should rehabilitate, repair, or demolish such structure, and consider ordering city abatement and subsequent lien of the dilapidated structure on 803 East 4th Street, City Block 163, Lot 2C and 3. Lynn is here to walk us through that one.
Okay, so this one is the second one, and it had a late developing issue with in the legal realm, because this one has a significant lien holder. So this property is 4 acres. It's a big property. It has a house on it, 803 East 4th Street. The owner is Donna McIntyre, but there is a significant lien holder that had gotten in touch with John Ankrum during the process to notify owners and lien holders of this hearing. The rear portion of the house did have fairly recently, I think, I'm not sure, but the property is unsafe, substandard, and dilapidated. There are missing, the floor is missing, the back part has been burned, it's unsecured. The property owner and lien holders have been contacted. There were numerous cases on this property. The significant lien was in the form of a loan, a secured loan. It was found to be in violation of our city codes. And again, council motion and action needed to order it to be demolished or authorized abatement. Here's some photographs of the house. You can see that it is in a not good state of repair. This particular one is being handled now by the significant lien holder, has filed county judgments, and has gotten the permission to put this on the property sale for foreclosure, the June sale. In fact, they have, she sent me the documents late this afternoon on this particular case. They, however, have not actually taken ownership of the property. The legal counsel for the subsequent owner, which is a lien holder, doesn't actually have title, so they can't come and promise to do anything before council right now. So they've asked for time for the foreclosure process to go forward. I did speak with Lee and, a counsel in her office about this, and we agree that, tabling this particular one for, a period of time, perhaps until the second meeting in July, to allow that process to move forward, their attorneys to be able to work out a situation. It sounded as if there might be a chance for them to be able to rehabilitate the property or go through some process to make it not be substandard, but again, they can't take action right now. And I think it's in the city's best interest to wait on this one, so I would recommend this one be tabled.
Mr. Mayor, since it's a public hearing, you should inquire as to whether there's anyone there to speak on behalf of this matter.
If anyone is here to speak about this matter, please come forward.
Parents, I'm sorry, it's my parent home. We've been fighting with them for 5 years now. We had the money to pay it off 3 years ago. The loan people would not let us pay it off. We don't know why. They wouldn't give us the example, so I started talking to their attorney, Nikki, and she said she didn't know what they were saying. She'd have to go back and talk to them, and she hasn't told me nothing. She told me to call her back. She still knew nothing. So all I need to know is if we can pay it off or not. That's all I need. And then we can go to remodel the whole house. That's all we needed, but they won't give us nothing. They won't tell us a thing. They've done been by 5 different loans since Mama died.
Okay, well, we have a recommendation to table this, to give you time to take care of that matter. And I wish you luck in taking care of that.
But I don't know how I can do it if they won't let us pay it off.
Is there any way we can, like, obtain the property with just the living children of Miss Crumbly? Because this is one of them, and I'm the one that was gonna take over the house, and I had the cash last year to pay it off and get the house fixed. I called the loan company. They wouldn't give me any information. They said the deed has to be in my name, but I'm fighting 2 cousins and an aunt, and I need those signatures.
Which
And-
only one's bothering you, and that's
Yeah, and then two of the cousins, their dad is deceased, and then my aunt is her child, but she wants money from the property, and she's the reason it's in the state it's in now.
Lee, could you weigh in on this?
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, the issue right now before the council is really about the dilapidated status of the property. And so, the city has been in communication with both the owners as well as the lien holders. And in terms of working out that disagreement, the city doesn't really have any standing to do so. And so at this point, though, I believe the recommendation from staff is to just postpone this, right, to table it. And so that would still provide the landowners, the folks who are before you today, the opportunity to continue to work with the lien holders.
we'd be able to pay it.
Ma'am, what she's saying is that we're not gonna condemn the house and tear it down. We're gonna give you time to reach back out to the people and try to work this out. I don't know how to go about that. You may have to get an attorney to look into it yourself, to talk with their attorney, maybe that'll help you. But the council and the city can't fight that fight for you, but we can give you time to fight the fight. Anyone else want to speak of this, on this issue? Council, you have anything?
So Mayor Pro Tem, please close the public hearing if there's no one else.
No one else, so we're closing the public hearing. We have a recommendation from staff to table this item. So the floor is open for a motion.
I make a motion that we table this at this time.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilman Corbell, a second by Councilman Redburn. Madam Secretary, please record the vote.
Yes?
Aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. We'll close item 6 out. Item 7 is the city manager's report.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to let you know that Next Level Dog Food has partnered with the Mount Pleasant Lions Club to donate a small dog park in Lions Park, and we will be coordinating with them on the location and the setup soon. The downtown merchants, along with the Chamber of Commerce and the City of Mount Pleasant, are sponsoring the second Saturday event this Saturday, May 10th, which includes a farmer's market in the morning and festivities all day, ending with a concert starting from 4 to 8. The concert is by Callie Howard and Cristo Escalante. So there's going to be farmer's market, food trucks, shopping, trick ropers, petting zoo, mechanical bull, dummy roping, and a beer garden. The fire department also wants to let you know we're doing our annual fire hydrant inspection program. It's begun this month. It includes cleaning around those hydrants so that they can be seen clearly, flow testing to determine and verify the amount of water available from the hydrant, and painting of them as needed. And as always, the library has many events happening in the month of May. The 19th is the summer reading program for all children that want to participate. You have to have an active library card, so get that taken care of. And then everyone is welcome to join us at Caldwell Park on May 31st from 10 to 12 p.m. for Bubble Mania.
Thank you, Kimberly. We'll close out city manager's report, and item 8 is remarks from Councilman Sproul.
It's the first time in 6 years that I've been an agenda item. I've spoken on several of them. As most of you in the room and those that are listening know, that this is the end of my tenure. I'm terming out. I will have completed 6 years, so I'm going to take 6 minutes or less to say a few things. I could probably go on and on, but I won't. But there are a few things I'd like to say to those that are interested. First of all, thank you to the kind comments. Thank you for those of you that have come and winked at me tonight and along the way encouraged me for all these years. I find myself in a unique position, having served on the council now for 6 years. I've had an unusual opportunity in that for most of 5 years I was with 4 different council people. And then I find myself this last year with 4 new council people. So I was the holdover, and it put me in an unusual situation. I've never been thought of as the senior anything, but for this last year, I was the one that was held over with, the most experience with some of the things that were in process in the city. So they came on, and which happens every time there's a turnover. A council person, a new one, comes into the middle of some projects that are ongoing. So there's a lot of learning to do and a lot of catching up to do. So on behalf of these folk, and there's some of these are seasoned. This seat is quite warm. I've been in it for 6 years, so it's warmed up and ready to go. But please be patient with the council as they tirelessly, and I will assure you this council is working tirelessly to get a hold of things, understand things, to help move the city forward. One thing I've learned to appreciate about this council that I'm working with currently, they are very diligent, they are very smart, They're very passionate about things, and I commend each of them. They all have brought some unique strengths. And I will say that the previous council, each of them also had some unique abilities and some unique strengths that they brought to each meeting and into each item that we had to discuss. I will assure you, until you have sat in this seat, there truly is a different perspective, and I truly, really appreciate the public's input, the public's concerns, the public's opinions, the public's ability to weigh in, and I really appreciate that. It's very beneficial, because when I ran to serve, not to dictate. And I've done my best to do that, and whether you saw it my way or agreed with me, most of the time everybody was very helpful, very kind, even in our disagreements. But at times, we're never all going to agree. That's why there's 5 of us up here. There's not just one person making these decisions. There's 5. So we get 5 inputs, 5 different perspectives, 5 different purposes, 5 different everything. So this is all our home. It's not just the people that's been elected to run or hired to do a job for the city. This is home to all of us. And just like in your personal homes, there's just times you're not on little things like the paint color. That's just life, okay? So we're not always going to agree. But it's how we settle those disagreements, I think, that defines us. And it can make us stronger or it can weaken us. So I implore you and I beg you to be kind, to be thoughtful, and to give the city council as much latitude as you feel like you can for them to do their job and to work together for the betterment of the community. And I think even in this time that we're in right now, I think that the council and everyone that's here and the ones that'll be coming, I know that we all love Mount Pleasant. I love Mount Pleasant more now than I did 6 years ago. I've certainly seen it from a different point of view. And so there's a lot to love here. Every community has its struggles, every one of them. I did not realize how complex the workings of a city are. And what I really didn't understand is how come it had to be done by government code. I hate government code. It is the most cumbersome thing. I'm just like, let's just get her done, okay? But we can't. We can't do it that way. And that was one of the things that gave me the most angst, and I just was frustrated so much in the early, still am sometimes, but early on I was highly frustrated because of processes and procedures and codes and ordinances and laws and none. And I'm like, oh my gosh. But it is part of it. That also makes it very difficult. And so there's that. And I want to talk just a little bit, just a couple of minutes of a couple of business things. David Ruff is right. I'm known as a money hawk. I just am, and I really appreciate budgets, expenditures, and doing the best we can with both. I am the old school: a penny saved is a penny earned. That's very meaningful to me, and I still bend over and pick up every penny that I find on the ground. I don't care where I am. Of course, it's part of my exercise regimen to bend over once in a while, but so it's very important. One of the things that is concerning, and it's real, is the amount of bond debt that the city is carrying right now. Not all debt is bad debt. Some of it is necessary, it's measured, and it's just part of it. And there's been a lot of talk, and I understand that. And it will choke a horse. It will choke a horse when you look down and say, our little city of a budget of about $35 million is in debt $120 million. And that's true. And I am not minimizing that burden and that concern. Because as long as I live here and continue to pay taxes, I'm gonna help service that debt just like everyone else that contributes through the taxes. It's very concerning to me. Trust me, while I was here, I wanted to keep our debt to a minimum and our and get as much out of every dollar for maintenance, for infrastructure, for beautification, for all those things. What I find so many people neglect to realize, it is wonderful to add amenities to our city. They're essential. I did not realize how essential parks are to a city. I really didn't, because I grew up in the country running acres and acres barefooted all my life, so I didn't think about going to a park. I lived in nature. But when people are confined to a city, especially children, and they don't have those wide open spaces, parks become essential to their life, to their advancement, to their enjoyment, to their family outings. And I really came to appreciate that on them, and I'm really grateful for the actually 9 parks that we have. We have wonderful parks in Mount Pleasant, but they come at a cost. Anytime we add an amenity, you have to look at the cost to put it in, but then you have to look at the cost to maintain it. So as we look again in the future, the near future and the long future, but in the near future, you're gonna have to look at the cost associated that comes with these amenities. So good luck with that. The other thing is, I never have been one to look back, even in the 6 years. I look back for information's sake, but I don't look back to condemn. The day I took the office the first time 6 years ago, I wanted to look forward. I wanted to understand where we were, where we are, and what can I do to help move this thing forward. That's just not my way. What happened yesterday happened. If we can learn from it, great. I don't want to condemn anyone for where we are. Because first of all, no one person gets a city to where it is. There's 5 people in this council. So there's 5 people, at least 3, 4, or 5 making a decision on everything that happens, policy-wise, money-wise. Okay, so you just can't blame one person. You can, but it's not, I don't believe it's accurate. We don't need to do that. Let's look forward. We can't change necessarily. We can improve possibly. But what has happened, and I do want to speak a little bit deeper to that. I had the unusual time to be serving during COVID. A lot of the things we had in place that we were working on projects that had already been bid, some of them were underway. There was inflation of anywhere from 25 to 40%. And we're still reeling with that as a nation and maybe a world, I don't know. Inflation is real. It took us off, and that's not the answer to all of it, but it certainly has been an issue on some of the decisions we made. When I came into the city council, I got so many educations, and honey, if you want something to do, just study things that happen in the city and what it takes. One thing I never thought about, most of you haven't, is I drive by a water tower. I see a bunch of birds sitting on it. I see a Mount Pleasant tiger head, up there smiling at me, growling at me. I see a lot of antennas where everybody puts their antennas for their communications up there. And I know it's got a bunch of water in it. And that's about all I thought about a water tower until I got on city council. There's a lot of maintenance involved in those towers. I learned that, at least for the education that I got, that they need to be maintained and refurbed, if you will, or maintenance about every 8 to 10 years. Our water towers, it had been going on 17, 18 years since when I got on that they had been maintenance. So when we took on that, and I don't know why. I don't know why the previous councils decided to defer the maintenance. I don't know. You'd have to ask them if you can find them. I'm just saying, though, the fact is that the maintenance had been deferred on our water towers. So when we started to do that, the cost was way more because more deterioration had set in. More deterioration. The dam broke, or it didn't break, but it was leaking at the city lake out by the golf course. It's time to repair that. That wasn't something we planned on. It wasn't a project planned. It happened. It's part of the maintenance. But here was the caveat on that. We couldn't go out there with a few sacks of sackcrete and patch the thing up and let's keep playing golf. No, no, no. It had been designated a historical society by the state of Texas. Well, you don't just go out and do your patch job when you have that to deal with. So that not only took forever to get done, we had to deal with them, it delayed things, it was expensive to put it back where it satisfied the historical society. That's another thing that just blew my mind, and I'm like, this is what I'm saying, all these regulations and all these rules, I'm like, can we just go out here and take some sackcrete and patch up these leaking things and let's go play some golf? Oh, no, no, no. Y'all ought to go out and look at that. If you want to see a historical site in Mount Pleasant, go right out there and take a look at that spillway. Why it was ever designated historical, I don't know, but it was. That's an issue. But the big, big, big issue is water and sewer. That is expensive, and it's not just the plants, it's the sewer lines, the water lines, and all that goes with it. From obtaining easements to physically doing the work, it's a very expensive thing. And then the councils try to do a plan and see, do we need a sewer line over here to help grow this side of the city, or is it better to put it over here because there's more likely to be growth here? Very complex, very expensive, and I don't know every detail. And I want to ask for your forbearance in this, and if I'm getting something a little wrong, it's just because I made a mistake. But when we get out of compliance with our sewer system, with our wastewater plant, it can be devastating from TCEQ standpoint, because not only will you hop to it and do it then in a hastily matter, I think you can be fined up to $10,000 a day. If we want to grow our city, everything's important. Everything. Our schools, our streets, our appearance, our parks, our restaurants, our shopping, our housing. It's all important. But the number one thing to me, because I'm a fundamental kind of person, I want the infrastructure to be there and to be dependable. That means water, sewer, streets, a police department, a fire department. To me, these things are essential, and the rest of it is wonderful, but it's secondary to me. Some people think, forget the sewer, as long as we've got pretty buildings or lots of restaurants, and I'm all for restaurants. Look at me, I don't skip many meals. Okay, they're very important. But as a city leader, I saw that the infrastructure was the thing that concerned me the most for now and for the next generation. I don't know how much longer I'll run these streets. None of us do, but I'm getting to that age. I don't know. I'm looking to build a bridge for the next generation, trust me. Everything that my family has, we're 3 and 4 generations deep here. Mount Pleasant, Titus County means everything to us. We don't have much, but what few things we have, our business, our couple of land sites, our homes, are here. So obviously, I want it to do well. I want it for all of us. But we had been warned. I want everybody to know this that doesn't know it. We had been warned for some years prior to my taking this seat that our sewer plant was, just to put it in layman's terms, was at capacity. Our permits were expiring, our discharge permits. I didn't realize that at first we sent our sewer water to 3 Little Creeks. No, when we updated it, then we had to do away with that and send it all down to the Big Creek. Okay, it wasn't. It's not as easy. It's not as simple as we wish it was. Matter of fact, those farmers didn't want to lose that discharge water because they water their hay meadows with it. They weren't adverse to it. It wasn't them complaining. TCEQ told us what we were going to do. They didn't care what we wanted to do. They told us what we were going to do. So that's what we proceeded to do. Had we started the process of planning to upgrade, because, oh, by the way, we want to grow, but we couldn't add any more usage. We couldn't add any more customers to speak of. We couldn't add any more into it. We were at capacity. You can't pour 6 gallons into a 5-gallon bucket. The extra gallon's going to run over. It's just as simple as that. So these were some hard decisions. I'm sure everybody that has paid attention certainly would have had some different input, maybe had done it a different way. But at that time, I was sitting in this seat. I did the best I could to pour over the information I had before me, to weigh the options, to ask all the questions I knew to ask. And then I voted to bring in that bond. Had we started it back when the city was put on notice, I think the sewer upgrade, the wastewater plant, I would say would have been around 25 million instead of the 40+ million that it ended up being, because COVID changed everything. I didn't bring on the pandemic, you didn't bring it on, but we were scurrying for about a year on how to deal with that. We didn't know whether to stop, if it would get better, if it would get worse. Nobody knew. There was no history to compare it to. So please use indulgence. I hope people stay involved in these processes. Ask good questions. We will dig out. I believe most cities in Texas that are in a growth mode have quite a bit of bond debt, especially for water and sewer projects. I don't know how many, but I know there are several. If they're in a growth mode, they've had to continually update, and the TCEQ will not get off your throat. They will put their foot on your neck and stand there, and you will do it, or you will pay the price. So as the days go by, I see myself sitting on that side. I hope that I find the time, and I plan to make some time to attend meetings. I want to stay involved as a citizen. I didn't just serve and then just go home. That's just not me. I'm still available to anyone that has any questions. I welcome your comments. Next time there's a cleanup day in the park, as a citizen, I want to go be the first one there to help pick up and clean up, because I think we all have a role to play, whether you're just a day-to-day citizen or you've put yourself in a position to serve in an elected capacity. So everybody do their part. Everybody, let's just try to move Mount Pleasant forward and enjoy our town. We have a beautiful town. We have a great location. We have a lot of amenities. We have the lakes that we get to enjoy as well. Many complex problems, but we can conquer all of them. We will be fine. We will be fine. Remember to thank the employers around here that have invested in the area. I'm glad that every time that we're able to give back to help them to grow their business and to add employees and things to help move us forward, that's a good thing. I'm so grateful that we do have an EDC. I think it's a tremendous asset for our community. I'm glad several years ago someone saw the need for that and put all that together and made it a reality so that we could enjoy having that organization here to help move us forward. Again, I want to thank everybody that's listening and may go back and listen to this for your support. I want to thank you for participating. I want to thank you for being fellow citizens in Mount Pleasant. And I want to thank you for listening to me tonight and then letting me ramble just a little bit. I love each of you. I leave here with joy and gratitude for the opportunity that I've had to serve the city of Mount Pleasant.
Sherry, this last year I have thoroughly enjoyed what I call Sherry-isms. You have so many witty sayings that sometimes I sit there and I have to make a face and go, I don't know what she's meaning by this, and you'll ask me, do you understand? And I'll say no. But I've thoroughly enjoyed them. I'm going to miss them. And so I would like to ask you to write them down, if you don't mind, and you can pass them on to Melanie, because Melanie, you'll be sitting in that seat, and there's just something really funny and witty in the midst of chaos, confusion. When she comes up with something, we have an opportunity to chuckle. So pass that baton on, and like I said, I really have enjoyed this last year with you. You're very smart. Very, very smart. And sweet.
And Sherry, I will say that I have been impressed by you. I have worked well with you. You have been an inspiration. I have seen you work. I've seen your passion. I've seen a part of you that I really, really, really appreciate in more ways than I can tell you. But I appreciate you so much.
Melanie, one that'll always get you by, say, just kiss my foot.
I think we'll close out item 8, and that sends us to executive session. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 Texas Government Code, the City Council will recess into executive session to discuss the following: consultation with attorney and personal matters related to the management responsibilities, performance, and business operations of the MPEDC carried out through its Board of Directors, Executive Director, Interim Director, Director of Business Operations, and City Council, and employment agreement for the Interim Executive Director. We'll also consult with attorney related to the MPCD Articles of Incorporation and amendments to the same and the City of Mount Pleasant Public Improvement District policy. Consultation with attorney and personal matters related to the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, IDC, EDC, Library, and Housing Authority Board appointments. Consultation with attorney regarding potential claims relating to the WWTP screw pumps. Consultation with attorney on real estate matters regarding the settlement of cause number 43346, Lewis and Alma Lozano's appeal of Special Commissioner's Award pending the 76th District of Titus County. We will now go to executive session. We will also be out sometime tonight with probably some act on some of the stuff that Council will now reconvene at 9:43 p.m. And we are going to move on to item 9. And council, the floor is open for a motion on item 9.
I intend to make a motion to approve, for approval of item 9 with the change on page 4 to $25,000. And I do want to say this before I make the motion. I'm excited that Mount Pleasant is moving into the 21st century with some new policies. So that brings us in line with other cities in the state when it comes to these kinds of things. We've been so far behind for years with guidelines and policies. And several weeks and months ago, we asked Ms. Ream and her legal team to review some other cities with policies in regards to this particular thing, PIDs and PID developments and PID bond issuances. And so they did an extensive, good job and gave us several options and some things. And we were able to narrow it down to this particular one that I'm going to make a motion that we approve. I think it'll help the city going forward. I think it'll help with some guidelines because it does bring us into the 21st century. With some of these new concepts and these new development ideas and things and how it affects the cities. When we were in a few years ago, the opportunity, because I actually think PIDs are a great thing if under the right conditions and the right circumstances. So the city needs some guidelines going forward because we citizens who serve up here don't have time to go to college on every major issue. That's why we rely on management and law firms to guide us through things like this. So with that said, I make a motion and I move for approval of the Mount Pleasant Public Improvement District policy with one edit that we have out, it was published, that the non-refundable fee of $25,000 be added on page 4 to replace the one that was published with the $15,000 figure.
I second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Sproul and a second by Councilman Redford. Madam Secretary, please record the vote.
Yes.
Aye.
Motion passes. We'll close that item out and we will go to number 10. Item 10 is to consider approval of the Library and Housing Authority Board appointments. The EDC board is also in there, but we are not going to make any appointments to the EDC board tonight. So that'll have to be said in the motion. So the floor is open for motion, council.
The names are for the library board, Ms. Paula Dow, Helen Thompson, and Mary Herron. And for the housing authority is Mr. Charles Adair and Ms. Kelly Cooper.
I make a motion to approve the people to these respective boards that were just announced by our assistant city manager and city secretary.
I second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Sproul, seconded by Councilman Corbell. Madam Secretary, please record the vote.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. We'll close that item out. Item 11. Consider settlement cause, case number 43346, Lewis and Alma Alonzo, appeal of Special Commissioner's Award, pending the 76th District Court of Titus County.
I move to authorize the attorneys to complete the terms of the settlement of cause number 43346 concerning Mr. and Mrs. Lozano's appeal in accordance with direction provided in executive session.
I second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Redfern, seconded by Councilman Corbell. Madam Secretary, please record the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
That motion passes. We'll close out 11. We'll go to 12. 12 is to consider and possibly approve the employment agreement for interim executive director.
I make a motion that we approve the employment agreement approved by the MPEDC board for the MPEDC interim executive director with the revision that was discussed in council in executive session.
I second.
Motion made by Councilman Corbell, seconded by Councilman Redfern. Madam Secretary, record the vote.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Item 12 passes. We'll close that item out. 13, we will pass it over to Lee Ream.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So, the council at its meeting on April 15th made some amendments to the IDC, EDC Articles of Incorporation, and those were pending signature for filing with the Secretary of State. And in the process of that, the IDC and EDC, the EDC asked that there be some additional adjustments to those to address the holdover status that was noted at that meeting. And so the today or tonight, what was discussed in executive session is amending the prior amendments, the action that was taken on April 15th in Resolution 2025-06. And you would be passing a resolution tonight that would be adding some additional verbiage that would allow the, it would make note of the holdover provisions that are allowed under Texas law, specifically under the Texas Constitution. And so, but this action is meant to recognize that these folks are in holdover status while this project is being, that was recently approved at a city council meeting is being undertaken. And so in recognition of that, we're making this additional notation for the articles, and then they can get signed off on by the EDC president and filed promptly, hopefully tomorrow.
Okay, council, we're looking for a motion. Approval of resolution 2025-7.
One correction, it's 2025-8.
Council, we need a motion for the resolution of 2025-8.
I move for approval of resolution of 2025-08, adding language to the MPEDC amended Articles of Incorporation passed at the April 15th, 2025 meeting in Resolution 2025-06, adding language permitting holdovers as permitted by the Texas Constitution and other laws.
I second.
Motion was made by Councilman Redfern, seconded by Councilman Corbell. Madam Secretary, record the vote.
Yes.
Aye.